something I cooked up pretty much last minute, and I have more stuff prepared this time, but still had to throw a few things together. But still getting used to stars without number as well. But yeah, so yeah, last time you guys got a mission from a fixer, and you should have any info that I mentioned. I'll just stick into the people and things handout. And so you had a fixer who goes by the name Anton Derson, who gave you that mission to clear out someone's warehouse. And I believe both of you basically have like comm pads or something like that allow you to sort of communicate with people. Let me see. Yeah, data slabs, I think is what they call them here. Alright, so is there anything that either of you want to do, immediately after the mission, or during downtime or anything like that?
No. Not that I can think of.
Yeah, not really at the moment.
Yeah. And just as a reminder, I actually don't have a map for the town that you guys are in right now, which is something I think I forgot to do, but it's basically like a landing strip with a small sort of town with a few thousand people built around it. Landing strip is more like a spaceport kind of thing. And, surrounded by jungle, and it's connected to a river. And so there's some river boating and stuff like that. But there's not really a lot to do in the town. It just happens to be near an area where people go digging for old technology and stuff like that. Alright, so let me look up some stuff here. Basically, yeah, when you can chill out in town, and it's pretty cheap to live out here, but it'll just be a little bit of a cost to keep yourselves alive while you're waiting for the next work to come in. Alright, so this will probably be 10 credits a day, so each of you will pay 70 credits unless you have any other ways of approaching the problem of staying alive. It's basically the equivalent of like a space motel, I guess you could say.
Yeah, my little trick is only for rides, not housing, so you just have to.
Yeah, like as an example, I mean, obviously probably the most easy way to get around like lifestyle cost is basically to set your character up with a job somewhere, but there's also more creative solutions. Like in one game, I was living in an archaeology, and my character was a hacker, and so he would just assume other people's identity, and like whenever they were away, he would just live in their house, and that was the way he avoided paying stuff down. But he was also avoiding much higher debt because that's much more expensive living, so it was more worth it to risk stuff like that. But yeah, so you basically nothing really major happens for the next week or so. And then let's see, I'll say Pete gets I'll actually say both of you get a message on your comm pad And actually, I should probably make a handout for compad messages. So let me go ahead and do that.
Hey there, Cthulhu, down there in your...
Yeah, you should be able to see it in handouts, but I'm still... yeah, I guess I'll just go ahead and type it out.
From the furthest...
Yeah, sorry, I'm just trying to type this in. The font is all screwy when it copies over. Yeah, I just shortened it down to a sentence. I think that'll just do for now. But yeah, in the future, I'll have like a history of stuff in the data slab so that it'll be easier to reference back to. But we'll just start with that for now. Anyway, yeah. So there's I believe the rat catcher was the bar that I had last time. I don't even remember if it was named at the time, but at some point I named this place. But yeah, I'll say that both of you got that in your data. What do they call them? There's data pads, data slates. I think they call them data slabs in this setting.
I think there's two different versions, like version of the other.
Data slab is the smaller version.
Ah, I see. Yeah, I'm just anytime I'm not actively looking at something, I'm just scrolling through looking for last minute artwork for some of this stuff later. But anyhow, yeah, you guys you can choose to respond to that any way you wish, or you could basically choose to ignore it or contact anyone else. It doesn't seem, like you guys don't know many people at this point, so it may not seem like there's a lot of options, but that's all stuff you can do.
Simo will go meet him. Meet the person.
I'll respond that I'm on my way.
All right. Alright, so I'll go ahead and move you onto the map, and I'll see if I have this token ready. Yeah, I'm just looking for a thing that I saved earlier. Alright. Yeah, so if you want, you can put your tokens anywhere. I just have this location prepped because if it, well, for one, I was practicing with building stuff using the assets in here. and the other thing is it'd probably just be useful to have an idea of where everyone physically is during all these meetings for future.
I assume these are our contacts over here.
Yep. Yeah, so you see what looks like an off-worlder, and has very probably a spacer of some sort, has very pale skin complexion, and struggling a bit with the gravity of this world. And beside him looks like a probably at least partially cybernetic mercenary of some sort, wearing full body armor.
I assume I'll go over and pop squat.
All right. All right. So yeah, he introduces you politely. He has a heavy accent that neither of you can quite place, and you both said your characters you both wanted to basically be native from this world.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I was just making sure. Yeah. So he sounds pretty obviously off-world. And, yeah, he introduces himself, shakes your hand, and he says, yes, I've, and, most of the people I normally hire for this type of work are indisposed at the moment, but I've heard that you took care of a friend of mine's vagrant issue recently, and I have somewhat of a vagrant issue myself. Are both of you, I assume, are familiar with firearms and can handle yourself in a close-up fight as well?
Yeah.
Sure can.
Excellent. So my issue is I run a number of businesses. I'm somewhat of interstellar philanthropist, and a colleague of mine has been running an archaeological dig in the jungles of this world, and recently a couple of brigands that he originally had paid off to keep the site clear have taken over the dig and appear to be holding him captive. They haven't sent me any proof that he is still living for the last 3 months, so I'm not entirely sure if he's still around.
What can you tell me about these brigands?
Well, they appear to be deserters from one of the local militaries. You would know there's 2 different kingdoms that operate in this local area, kind of like post-fall warlords, I guess you could say. And he says, yes, deserters from the Vestralian military, and they I'm not sure what they're armed with. He mentioned they were mostly concerned with detaining the local wildlife, so they have sort of shotguns and looted weapons from various shootouts they have with other such deserters. But once they've taken out my camp, they have probably acquired the weapons of the mercenaries that my colleague hired. He had 5 people in combat armor that was form-fitted to them, so it's unlikely that they would be able to make that work very well. They do have 5 high-grade assault rifles with them, and several magazines of ammo for each. Other than that, these people seem to be armed with whatever they picked up off the ground.
Any idea on how many we'll be dealing with?
Last satellite imagery we had of the area, and a couple of scans that we did a few hours ago, suggest that there are around 20 signatures at the site, but some of them we believe to be captives. At least 4 of which are captives, and no more than 8 are captives. And I'm jotting all this down in a handout for both my benefit and yours.
Now, what would you like? Do you want your friend, if alive, free? Do you want these brigands taken care of as well?
I am willing to offer you 60,000 credits for the job complete, and I'm willing to offer you a 40,000 credit bonus if my colleague is returned unharmed.
You got yourself a deal.
Oh, wonderful. Now, I have my contact should be available on your personal data slab. If you have any further inquiries, then you can contact me there.
You mentioned, excuse me. You mentioned satellite footage. What's the layout of this place like?
Yeah, so he looks over to the man in armor beside him, and then the man in armor nods, and then takes out a data slab of his own, and then your slab is updated, and I'll just move you over to a page real quick so you can get an idea. Yeah, and so, yeah, if you have any, if this looks confusing, then that's my bad. Like I said, my contour thing was screwy, so I hand drew this contour last minute, and but yeah, I can answer any questions to clarify things.
So I take it the blue lines are streams or rivers.
Yep, blue lines are rivers. The gray lines are what is it? Topographical, their height, and then the green lines are forest.
Where are the heat signatures concentrated?
I'll put some markers down real quick.
Now, what's the scale of this? Are these like tents or buildings or?
That is a good question because I forgot to scale this map properly. I'll do that in just a second. Each of these buildings is about, I'd say, 10 meter by 10 meter, unless, like, except for the longer one, which is like 10 meter by 20 meter. Yeah, so each of these squares should be about 20 meters, I think. I'll go ahead and scale it. Alright.
Can we tell if they have any vehicles in the compound?
Yeah, he says, and I'll go to drawing the yellow marker for the heat signatures, but he says this area is pretty deep into the jungle. It's about, I'd say, 80 miles or so from your current location. There's no roads, and so the camp was not equipped with vehicles to begin with. They have no evidence of there being vehicles there, and if there are vehicles, then the vagrants would have brought them recently.
Alright. So extraction will most likely have to be on foot.
Yeah, they're most likely going to be on foot. The camp itself, the archaeological dig, which had basically a total of 8 employees, 5 of which were armed guards. They had basically just a like a helicopter type craft, and that was what they used to get around. But that was destroyed during the camp being taken over. And the red lines as well, those are, let's say, 5-meter high concrete walls. Most of the camp was, one of the, you had the colleague, you had the 5 soldiers, and the other people were drone operators that were running the dig. And so these drones built all of these small, like storage facilities and bunk buildings, and then they erected these defensive walls. And the yellow markers that I put on the map, the little exclamation points, the heat signatures, they move around all the time, but they're usually found, in that northern and southern quadrant.
How good is your sneak skill, Traffic?
Let me check. -1.
Okay.
It could be worse, I suppose.
Yeah.
I've got 13 in Dex, though. Not enough to get a bonus, but it's close.
I've got a 14 in dexterity, and my sneak is 1.
Yeah, I'll put this out there as well. He's offering you 60,000 for the job, and I don't think either of you really built social characters, but there are a couple ways you could sort of better your odds. One of which would require social rolling, unfortunately, would be to basically say, hey, what if you give us 30,000, but you give us a helicopter? You could do stuff like that. Without social rolling, what you can do is you can hire other people, basically like subcontract the work out. So you could hire a operator, like a drone guy, or any number of other people. If you have a plan but you don't have the skills for it, that's always an option. But, of course, the upside to not doing any of that is if you two can pull this off by yourselves, then you have all the money to yourself. So there's that.
Out of character real quick, I could always buy a sniper rifle before we leave, and then we can try to pick people off before we go in.
Yeah, that is something you can do. This particular mission doesn't technically have a time limit as far as you know. But yeah, you could you could probably spend a few days preparing because this has been an ongoing situation for a few months now, so nothing major, as far as you know, nothing major is going to happen within the next few days.
I mean, I guess this is a question to ask once we're done with this meeting, but what kind of weapons are available in this town?
This place, it's pretty limited. You'd have to put out an order at a higher price to import. Most stuff that's at the high end of Tech 3 and Tech 4, definitely. The town itself uses mostly biofuel, so even buying energy clips like A cells and B cells would be pretty difficult. This is kind of like a Wild West town, the stuff that's made here. So that's kind of what you're looking at. But like I said, you can always put in an order for something. And later, there will be new locations for you to go where you can buy better stuff.
Well, I think I've asked everything I can think of.
All right. Yeah, so you guys, like I said, you can part ways, and you have his contact info if you ever need to ask him any questions.
The second number in weapons range is its maximum range, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, it sounds right. I would probably double check. But yeah, it sounds right.
That's what I've been trying to find, is I can't find exactly where it specifies what the range means.
Yeah, I'll start looking through.
And give me about 5 to 10 minutes. I got to use the bathroom.
All right.
So we can get tech level 1 or 2 here. Anything higher, we'd have to.
Yeah, tech level 1 and 2 you can get no problem. Tech level 3 you can usually get that if it's something like fairly mundane. The thing with Stars Without Number is they have there's like a whole bunch of stuff that's horn shoot in every tech level. So if you wanted to buy like a fancy knife that's tech level 3, you could probably get that. But if you wanted to buy like an energy cell or something, you'd probably have to hunt around for it if you wanted to buy it in this town.
Because I just realized after he asked about up close that I don't have a melee weapon.
Oh yeah.
I was like, oh yeah, I can handle melee. Then I'm like, wait. No, like,
Yeah, melee is pretty good compared to a lot of other sci-fi settings because of the shock system they have in this game.
yeah, I was trying to decide if I want to get a medium primitive weapon or if I want to go for like a stun baton. Oh no, that's a tech 4, never mind. So yeah, I'll probably pick up a sword or two. I was thinking if I could get some, I could bring some knives, extra knives, and then if we manage to free the captives, we could give them like combat knives or something.
Yeah.
Or give them some cheap pistols. Yeah, I guess if the meeting's done, I'll go see what kind of weapons. I'm assuming there's a gun store or something.
Yeah, you can find a gun store. It's kind of, like I'm using a sort of whatever makes sense sort of thing. And, like if you wanted to buy a sword, there are probably people that sell like machetes and stuff like that in this town because of all the dense foliage. And if you wanted to buy like a gun, there are people that use, because this is a low-tech-ish area, there are probably people that sell like the equivalent of gunpowder weaponry just for dealing with local wildlife, as well as marauders and stuff like that. So yeah, it'll be most guns you can get, as long as they're not super high-tech or anything. You can find them easily.
I'm gonna ask about a sniper rifle. It's a tech level 3.
Yeah, let me see that. I'll look at that. I'm actually still trying to find the range thing, but Control F doesn't help me that much because range is mentioned so often in this book. Okay. Yeah, it's just it's on page 70 if you're curious, but yeah, it's the normal and maximum range, and the penalty for hitting beyond normal range is -2. But yeah, let me see. Sniper rifle. Yeah, so I think you could buy a sniper rifle. It'll be at a plus 50% cost, and it'll take. You can basically order it. It'll just instead of costing 400, it'll cost I believe 600, and it'll take 2 days to arrive. But you could also, if you wanted to buy anything else, you could also order that, and it should anything on that same tier should arrive within 2 days. The benefit of living way out here is there are no gun laws, and so you could drop off in this town with a plasma ejector, and nobody would really care.
I'm guessing the 50% increase is for tech level 3, than if tech level 4 would have an even higher cost import.
Yeah, that'd be double price, I believe. And the other thing with tech level 4, it might not matter as much out here, but tech level 4 is where legality becomes a major concern. Like if you go to a space station or a big city or anything like that, they might let you keep tech level 1, 2, or maybe even 3, but tech level 4 weapons are generally pretty dangerous.
So I'd have to hide my laser pistol.
Yeah, in some places definitely, but it'll, that's I guess the trade-off is you go to a place where it's easy to buy high-tech stuff, and suddenly they won't let you carry it around anymore.
I'm trying to decide if a regular rifle would be enough range. I think for now I'll just buy a regular rifle.
Yeah, well, looking at the measurements on this is a pretty small map for a sniper rifle, come to think of it.
Yeah, I was just looking at it and I'm like, do I really want to spend that much for range that I probably don't need? Like, the regular rifle is probably enough for a small fraction of the cost.
Yeah, and I think even though the locals probably wouldn't use sniper rifles that much, the local gun store probably has like rifles, revolvers, and normal pistols and all that. In fact, the thing they probably have an abundance of is shotguns and semi-auto pistols.
I was thinking too, maybe I should get a regular pistol because I'm only going to be able to use my laser pistol so many times. Because don't the laser weapons use batteries instead of having like a typical clip with ammo?
Yeah, I think that they have A cells and B cells, and A cells are used in like pistols and smaller rifles, and then on like mounted gunnery and vehicles they use B cells.
I mean, I have 4 power cells type A's, so I can use my pistol for a while, but I should have a backup. Yeah, I'm gonna buy a rifle and a revolver.
Oh,
I'm back.
Oh, I'm back. There's no price change on these since these are tech level 2, right?
yeah, those are all at normal price.
Anything on the range?
Oh yeah, the range.
The number on the left is the range. The number on the right is the max range. And if you go over the number on the left, which is the minimum, or like the normal, there's a -2 penalty.
Okay.
What is the cost of ammo?
I remember I found that earlier. Let me hunt it back up. I think it's in general equipment on page 74. They kind of use a universal thing, like ammo for buying SMG ammo costs the same as a pistol ammo. You just got to specify it differently, is all I would say.
Is there any chance running across a shear rifle here?
Not impossible, but extremely unexpected.
While you were gone, he said basically tech level 4 and 5 is when legality comes into play with getting it.
Okay.
Anything 3 or higher has to be ordered. Tech level 3 has a 50% cost increase. Tech level 4 is double price. The half shipped here.
Alright, that pretty much threw a monkey wrench into that plan.
Oh, nice. Ammo's cheap.
Because my initial plan was to save on costs. I was just going to let you loan you my sniper rifle, and then I was going to buy a shear rifle since they operate silently and I can sneak. That way I could basically just sneak into the place and basically murder 5 people without a sound.
I mean, you could always ask, but it's probably going to cost more than we can afford till after this mission.
Yeah, because it's tech level 5.
Yeah, Tech 4 was double price, so I'm assuming it's going to be at least triple, if not more.
Yeah, the other thing that you might want to consider is the location is about 80 miles through a dense jungle and across rivers. And so you might want to look into some means of getting out there as well. And you don't necessarily need to buy a vehicle. You can also pay someone to drop you off and extract you later. And I think they even have prices for that in the book, but I'll have to look through just to be sure.
just writing down the cost of how much I'm spending here. So I'm getting the rifle revolver. How much ammo? Is there such thing as buying too much ammo?
There might be, but I haven't.
Depends on the ammo.
Yeah.
You think 60 rounds would be too much?
Yeah, I mean, if you shoot someone 60 times and they're still not dead, then you should probably spend more time running away.
Maybe I'll just go with 40.
There was that Navy SEAL who got shot 52 times and hit with, I believe, an RPG and still survived.
So I'm buying the rifle revolver in 40 rounds. So that'll cost me 145 credits.
All right.
And buy a drone. Primitive drone is only 250 credits. It's got one fitting. I could put an observational suite on it for another 250 credits. And all drone, let's see, observational suite. This suite contains a full spectrum UV IR visual package, remote sound sensors, and radiation chemical detectors. The drone can focus on conversations or facial expressions from up to 2 kilometers away and can operate even in the complete absence of visible light. So I could buy a drone and basically just fucking scout the place out before we even get near it.
What's the tech level?
3.
That's going to end up costing a bit more.
You'd have to look at it. I don't think they're too expensive, especially if you just get a little recon drone. Let me see. Oh yeah, the little TL3 drone. Let me see here. Yeah, it's a neat little. I think they could be pretty useful, and it'll just cost. The base price is $250. I believe the adjusted cost out here would be $375. That's still pretty affordable for something like that, especially if you got nothing else you need.
So would the observation suite be $375 as well, since it's the same price as the base model drone and they're the same tech level?
Yep, it's 50% for any tech level 3 stuff in this town.
Alrighty.
Once I get my guns and ammo, I'm gonna go. I think all that's left for me to buy is a melee weapon and some rations. Maybe some rope as well. Would that just be like a general store that I would have to go to for the rope and rations?
Oh yeah. Yeah, rations you could find easily here. I don't know where they put rations in the tech level, but I think it's reasonable they would be found here at normal tech.
Rations are 1. Then rope, it says 0/4. I'm assuming we would just have like basic rope.
Yeah.
Yeah, rope goes from like basic to like high tech, fucking damn near unbreakable shit.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Your high tensile carbon fiber shit that can basically hold up a tank.
Wrap yourself in it for bulletproof armor. Would you let that slide?
Be able to move.
I mean, there's some complications here. I would have a couple of logistics questions, but I like where your head's at.
Just buy like 40 meters of it and just start wrapping it around my torso.
It's kind of like when you're playing Shadowrun and some guy asks, "Can I take 4 suits of mil-spec armor and put it on over each other?" And I'm just like, I'm gonna need to ask you some questions.
Alright, I'm gonna go. I should get my melee weapon taken care of first. I'm just gonna buy a medium primitive weapon. Or just a sword.
Yeah, you can name it pretty much whatever you want. There's no mechanical thing behind it. It's just, I guess, to make it interchangeable when you go from one area to another.
Do I have a melee weapon? Yeah, I've got a knife. I guess I'll go ahead and buy myself a shotgun too. Wait a minute, no, regular shotgun's only got 2 rounds in the magazine. Well, I already do have the shotgun ammo, so yeah, I guess we'll just go ahead and buy a shotgun.
Alright.
If I've got to use it, shit's hit the fan anyway.
You can always use more shotguns.
Yep. Can I upgrade it to a super shotgun?
Yeah, I actually I like the idea of I've been looking through some of the source books, and I'm still trying to get used to stuff in the main book, but they offer some neat ideas on like upgrading guns and ammo and all that, and I definitely like that kind of stuff in these games. Like you can just, using a shotgun, a fairly low-tech weapon, you can just coat a mech in like some type of flammable material, thermite or something like that maybe, and cause it to overheat even though you were unable to penetrate the force field or armor or whatever high-tech thing is protecting it.
What do you think? Should I pick up a field radio?
What does the field radio do? Or what's the range on it, I guess, is what I'm asking.
They have got a range of about 2 kilometers. Basically just the radio to contact others with range of 2 kilometers in urban or rugged terrain. On worlds too primitive to have a comm grid, adventurers often fall back on these headset-mounted field radios. Single type A cell powers them for months. Someone with at least Program 0 skill can use the radio shortwave functionality to communicate with a prepared target at continental distances if given 10 minutes for tuning.
Well, it does sound pretty useful.
I was thinking if we set up a rendezvous with someone after we extract the targets. Well, he wants us to kill them all, right? And bring the workers back alive if possible.
Yep, that was basic gist. Yeah, I mean, basically how this all came to pass is this archaeological site was established. They started encountering this group of people, and the guy in charge of the site opted to basically bribe them to stay away and leave them alone. And then one day they just show up and take over the site.
I mean, having the radio would be nice just to have, but if our goal is just to kill all the targets, then we don't really need to radio anyone for a quick getaway. I guess. Screw it. Would that be sold at the same store? I'm buying rope from them, or
Yeah, I mean,
would I have to go somewhere special?
you can do pretty much all this shopping. You know, you're buying like rope and sword and basic stuff like that. You can get all that in this town in the same day, just going from one place to the other.
I'm gonna pick up field radio, rope, and a week's worth of rations. that's it for my shopping. Aside from seeing if I can find us a ride as close to it as we can for free. How far can I use my foci to get us?
Let me see, because I believe your foci was hitching a ride. I'll read it to be sure, but this isn't a place that people generally travel to and from, so
yeah, that's provided any traffic goes to the place. So since there's no roads, I probably can't.
yeah. It's let's see, it's 80 miles through jungle, so on a really good roll you could probably travel 15 miles a day. If you know, a really good roll you can hike 30 miles over plains. So 15 miles through difficult terrain I think sounds pretty reasonable. I don't think they actually have specific travel times in the book. I've been looking for like the last 15 minutes and I can't find any. But I mean, that's you know, pretty standard for games like this. Is just half the travel time.
I'm actually wondering if I should buy more than a week's worth of rations.
Yeah,
I usually buy 2.
yeah. Like even if you helicopter out there, you could. Well, I mean, catastrophe happens. You may have to walk back, and then there's also you may find some opportunity where you just want to camp out on a mountain and see what happens, or something like that.
Yeah, I'm actually going to buy a second week of rations. Alright, I guess time to try to find. I guess I'm as ready as I'll ever be.
All right. I think I'm going to take just a quick break before we get into this. Get a refill and stuff.
Alright, I'm gonna go refill my water.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Alright, so you guys got all your stuff sorted, and have you decided on your method of getting out there yet?
How much would it cost to drive out there?
Driving, it would probably be, let me look that up. It would probably be a lot cheaper for the trip itself, like for hiring it, but it would probably take a lot longer, so it might actually be more expensive in the long run. But let me check.
I've only got 350 credits left to play with after I've bought everything.
Alright, yeah, so it'd take a ground car 6 days to get out there, which I think would cost about 90 credits. And then, let's see. Yeah, ground car would probably still be cheaper. I don't think they actually have a stat here for aircraft or riverboat or anything like that. So I'll have to think of what would be reasonable there.
Now, was that paying for someone to drive us there, or is that renting it and driving it there? So,
Actually, yeah, that's a good point. I think that's renting it and driving it there yourself. I think I was imagining someone driving you out there, but when it says rent a ground car, I think it means you renting it. So if someone's driving you, I think it'd actually be cheaper than that. Cheaper than 90. Yeah, I'm gonna compare the prices of a ground car and a helicopter and see what I can come up with here. All right, so with keeping the same ratio, the ground car costs like 15 per day if you want to rent it. So renting a helicopter would cost 75 by the same price ratio between buying it and renting it. But then you'd have to drive it. So I guess we could compare someone flying you out there as well if you wanted to do that.
Where? Oh, never mind. Just gonna scroll. I was gonna ask where vehicles were.
Yeah, I basically I took, they say rent a ground car for 15. So I basically divided the price of the ground car by 15, and then got 333. And so I just used that as the ratio for the helicopter to get 75.
Alright, we can super not afford to buy one.
Oh yeah, it's 25,000 to buy a helicopter, but I was suggesting you basically pay somebody to fly you out on a certain day, and then you pay them to come and extract you later. That would be much cheaper than actually buying a helicopter for yourself.
Could pool our money and buy a motorcycle. Could two people fit on a motorcycle?
How the hell are we going to get all the hostages out, though?
Drag them behind, of course.
What do you think the rope's for? Well, we kill all the bad guys, then just use the field radio to radio them to tell them it's all clear.
Yeah, I don't know if there'd be any stat penalties for this necessarily, but just I'm imagining myself.
Actually, in the satellite surveillance, are there any actual vehicles on site?
You haven't seen.
Last time they checked, none, unless there would only be vehicles if the break-ins brought some, like, very recently.
Yeah, the other thing that I should mention as well, the satellite footage is pretty up to date. Like, when you were meeting, it was like a few hours old, basically. The issue is that there's a ton of foliage around the site, and there's also a lot of what do you call it, like clouds, like cloud cover, and so they don't even have like a visual on the site itself. They're just giving you heat signatures and basically pinging the ground with radar. It's pretty high-tech radar though, so they can tell you that there are no vehicles on the site. If there are any vehicles, then they'll be hidden off in the woods or kept under some material or something like that. But they have reason, because of the remoteness of the location, it's unlikely that they'll have any like wheeled vehicles, because they would be very difficult to maneuver in this area. I mean, just imagine like being in like a dense rainforest where you have like maybe 5 feet of visibility and trying to, drive an ATV around. You're just gonna have all kinds of shit hitting you and mud and stumps to deal with. Not that it can't be done, you just, it'd be difficult.
Hear me out. 60,000 for completing it. Is that each or total?
That's total. Yeah, he gave you a total cost because the idea is if you two decided, I don't know if we can reliably do this by ourselves, you could subcontract it, like you could hire some people out, but then you'd have to split the cost with them. You wouldn't have to split it equally necessarily, but you'd have to cut them in at some point.
I was thinking, if we managed to pull this off and we each got 100K, we could just pool our money. Oh no, it's tech level 5. I was gonna say buy a graph.
Yeah, grav tank would be really useful in this kind of terrain.
Just plow through the trees.
Well,
Grav tank.
if we offer to split the money, we could bring in somebody who's got a boat and just have them wait upriver or downriver or whatever to wait on our signal to come pick us up, because it looks like the quickest way out is by river. Yeah. And if we get a boat, we can fit everybody on it.
Yeah, a boat would probably be a little bit I think it'd be like exactly the midpoint between the ground car and the helicopter, because the boat is going to get you there faster than the ground car, slower than the helicopter, and it's going to be more expensive than the ground car, but not as expensive as the helicopter. So that'd probably be the happy medium.
If we... Oh, it's really open now.
I'm just saying the boat's for exfil. We land upstream somewhere and walk there. And then once we get in and get the hostages, we call for the boat to come pick us up, hop on the boat, and get the fuck out. And
Yeah, I was thinking
if
we could take the boat, we could maybe get off like over here so they don't see us. Then use the force to get a little closer and see what we see.
Yep. Each contour line, by the way, is that's 10 meters of elevation. So if you happen to be looking at the map right now, if you can count these lines, this little hold on, I have to hold down Alt to do my push to talk, but so it's going to snap, unfortunately. But if you go to that hilltop up there, that is 40 meters from the ground level, from the little plains area. So if you ever need an idea of what kind of angle you're looking at there, then you can think of it like that.
Well, I just found my sniping spot then.
Yeah, it's and since there's less vegetation up there, you'd be a little more visible. But of course, you can always approach from the opposite side, and then when you get near the top, you can go prone and crawl to the surface, to the top of the hilltop.
And I've got sneaks, so I can put, some leaves and twigs in my hair and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Do they have anything like a camo cloak or ghillie suits in this?
If they don't, then that's something that I think is we could reasonably figure out. They probably wouldn't be selling anything like that in the town, but I imagine you could order in something or make it yourself if you have the skills. That's definitely something that I'd like to have available. It may even be a mod. Let me check those. Yeah, I don't see any camouflage, but or any ghillie type material. But let me think here.
Okay, I've got my background is as a soldier, and I can sneak. So, could I possibly cobble together a ghillie suit? That's one thing our snipers are at least trained to do is how to make their own ghillie suit.
Yeah, that makes sense. I was just checking the character sheet to make sure there wasn't a disguise skill. So I think in this case, yeah, you could. That would probably be maybe an intelligence plus sneak to craft a ghillie suit. and you're using sort of natural materials, I assume. So, it'll wear out eventually, but it won't cost you anything.
How do I roll intelligence plus sneak?
Let me see. I believe you click on skills, and I think it'll pop up something in chat that'll let you plug stuff in. Oh, it automatically went to Dex when I rolled it off of your character sheet. Let me see. I'm probably overlooking something. Oh, that's right. Yeah, if you go down into your skills, you have like the little drop-down menu where it says Ask. So you can set it to automatically roll off of a certain stat, or you can set it to ask which stat every time.
Oh, okay, cool. So this would be a straight, no modifiers.
Yep, I think so. Alright, let me see here. Alright, that's a relatively simple success. So I'll say, yeah, you have a ghillie suit made from, organic material, which you'd probably break down within a few months, but it's, free, super cheap. This one will give you a +1 on your, any visual stealth roll.
Alrighty, cool.
Yep, if you get above an 8, it'll be a +2, and then a 10 is a +3, and so on.
Alright, so yeah, if we split it and offer a guy, say 5,000 from each of us to drive us down there with a boat. He can drop us off here. I can sneak up to the top of the hill and pretty much oversee the entire camp. And then once we clear out all the hostiles and get the hostages and whatnot, he can, come on in, pick us up, either here or circle back around and pick us up down here, and then we can get the fuck out.
I forgot. Is the map to scale?
Yep, I set it to scale.
Okay. And then while you're up there, I can go through the forest. Use my rifle to shoot until it looks relatively clear. And then I can move up from here using this hill for cover.
Yeah, and as mentioned before,
and with my drone, I can, with the observation suite on it, it can focus on faces and conversations from 2 kilometers away, so I can get a look at the place well before we even get there.
Yep. Yeah, the drone will be super useful. I actually haven't been messing with drones very much in this yet, but I am excited to have some stuff later on with them.
I guess the thing now is we're going to have to find someone that's willing to be paid when the job is done, because that's when we're going to get paid.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to look up the price on that now.
I mean, with the credits we do have, pay for his gas or power or whatever the hell it's going to cost him to get down here. And basically, all he's got to do is wait on our signal. So if we go in and get fucking killed, all he's got to do is just leave. There's no real risk to himself, and we're not going to call him in until we've got the hostages. So it's low risk on his end, or his or her end, whoever takes it.
All right, yeah, I'm looking up the prices here. Let me get an idea of what this will cost, because like I said, the riverboat should probably be the somewhere between the ground car and the helicopter. All right. So it'll basically take them it'll take 2 days to get out there with the riverboat, and it'll cost 90 credits per trip.
90 credits a day.
Per trip, so it's 45 credits per day. Yeah, I guess it is better to think of it in terms of days, because you probably want them to hang out. You don't want them to head back immediately after dropping you off. So I guess it is better thinking of it in terms of days.
Alright, so we'd have to basically pay 4 days. Maybe a little more to have them sit around and wait for us.
Yeah, you could hand them 180 credits, and that'll hire them without the speech roll. Asking them to get paid later, you might be venturing into social role territory. But if you give them the money, then there's no need to do that.
I've got enough that we won't have to worry about not being able to pay him at once. I just wasn't sure how much it was going to cost us. So if we pay, we're going to have to pay basically 4 days worth to get there and back. How long? I mean, I guess him sitting around waiting is part of our 4 days, right? Or what? I guess it depends on how fast we can kill the bad guys and secure the hostages.
Yeah, like I said, if you guys see something and decide you want to wait 2 days before you strike, then this will be one of those counters that'll tick up as you're going. It'll be, cost you more and more.
I think we'll get out there on the second day and should be able to take care of business and get back on the boat and make it back. If not, we've got the credits to afford a 5th day. for more if needed.
If we get down there and we find out, we need to hang out for a couple more days, I'll just flat out give him all the rest of the credits I have, considering what we're going to get paid for this job, because I've only got 350 more.
I've still got most of mine. Since it's been a while since we played, you and I, we didn't know each other prior, and we only know each other from that previous job we did, right?
I believe so.
Well, since we're working together again, I'll offer to pay 2 days if you want to cover the other.
All right.
And then, if it comes down to it, we'll decide on what to do if we need to pay for more days.
All right, that works.
Yep, I'm just writing down random notes so I don't forget. Alright, so you guys have everything settled out, you think?
Yeah.
Yep, I'm pretty much good.
Alright. So yeah, you basically find... There's a bunch of people that drive around riverboats. That's most of the people that homestead way out here and, make a living one way or another out in the jungle will use riverboats to get around if they need to move anything heavy. So that's, given that even if you use a helicopter, you have to kind of hunt around for an area to land it. So, yeah, you find there are plenty of people to buy, to rent a boat off of, so you won't have any trouble there. So, find an older guy, and you can just offer him, what was it, 100, and, it was 180 as like a sort of down payment. For the 4 days. All right. And the boat, I'll say, it can hold, probably 10 people easily, assuming you don't have any luggage or anything to bring on board. And you guys each probably have a good duffel bag sized pack of various weapons and tools at this point, so you can load up and set off. Alright, and as far as the timeline goes here, you guys accepted the job from Antilli, and both of you ordered things that if I recall correctly, both of you ordered things that took 2 days to arrive, so you basically waited for that, and then another 2 days to get out there, right?
Yeah.
Alright, cool. So yeah, you sail out into the jungle, and usually when you guys rest in the boat as it's going, the guy that's running the boat, it's mostly automatically operated, and he's just making sure all the various tools and instruments on the boat work properly. The water stays pretty calm during the entire voyage. You're on one of the larger rivers, and so it's easier to avoid the whenever the river gets a little bit treacherous or rocky. And mostly it's just a constant between drizzles and thunderstorm of rain that hits the boat. And there's also the background noise of all of the various fauna that you can see in the coming up to the river to drink, and the birds flying through the air. But yeah, it's mostly an uneventful journey. There's a couple of boats that pass you, and there's a large barge that you see that sort of passes you going upriver. And then eventually you arrive at what you believe is your destination. So let me see if I can find a logo or something that we can use here. Yeah, I'll just use this guy as the barge man to mark where he is. So you guys are all with him. And so you basically want him to go up the little tributary and drop you guys off in the hilly woods up there.
Now, before we head up this way, I'm going to send my drone out. Send it up, rather, and have a look at the place, especially the areas that were marked with the exclamation points.
All right. You see, I'm going to try filling in intel using this text tool, and we'll see how well that works. So yeah, you see immediately there's 4 contacts you make out when the drone gets a good bit of altitude and navigates around some of the clouds of mist that are sort of wafting through the area. Alright, so yeah, you can make out, and you don't need a roll for any of this because your drone is far enough away that there's no real way they could see it or hear it at this point. And these guys are all standing out basically in the open with no cover, and so you're able to make out that much.
And with the infrared sensor on the observation suite, are the buildings here, I'm assuming they're not, military grade concrete bunkers. Could I be able to see the heat signatures inside them, kind of get an idea of where the hostages are being held?
All right, yeah, let me look through here just to make sure that there's no rolls or anything involved with any detailed scanning like that. Yeah, I'm just double checking here. Drones, I don't see any roles in particular, but it does say you can pilot up to one drone. Okay, yeah, so as long as you're using one drone, I don't think there will be any problem here. Because it basically says one drone plus the user's programming skill, and I don't think it makes any sense that it would go negative. So yeah, as long as you're using this one, I think you're all good. And your sensors are definitely sensitive enough that you could make this out. So let's see. Yeah, you can make out some signatures in these buildings, and I can go ahead and mark those. Yeah, you basically have the big building has 4 people inside it, and there's 2 buildings with one person inside it.
All right, I'll recall the drone, and the boatman can take us up that little tributary.
All right. Yeah, so the river's a lot smaller up here, and it gets more and more difficult to navigate the shallower it gets. But you're still all good where you are now. You get there no problem.
All right, I'll hop off the boat and I'll go up the bank and then sneak up to the top of the hill here and go prone.
He could always just let me out here, and then he can take you further down so you don't have to walk as much. Or would you rather him be positioned down here in this?
Well, this that area, the little pond to the right, that might be a bit risky because you're on even ground.
Yeah.
You just have that little line of trees between you and them.
I'd rather him just wait right here. That way he can come pick us up here or down here if we need it. If he's right here, he's got all the woods between him and them.
True.
So I'm going to be up here on the hill. Where are you wanting to come at him from?
I'll probably get out or about where he's at instead of going up with you. I'm gonna cut through here.
All right. All right, so I'll be up here on the hilltop, and then whenever I'm ready to engage, just let me know on the radio, and then I'll take the first shot.
All right. If you want, you can drag your character onto the map just so you have an idea of where everyone's at. All right. So if you both want to make some sneak rolls, probably just typical sneak plus dex. And there probably won't be any modifiers on this. The modifiers, I think, will be on the other side. It'll be negative modifiers for the other guys who are watching.
So I need to change that back to dex before I roll.
Thanks.
So, am I getting a +1 for my ghillie suit, or are they getting a -1 for my ghillie suit?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, your ghillie suit will give you a +1.
Okay.
Alright, give me just a second.
I forgot that it's 2d6. I'm used to playing 5th edition. I'm like, oh god, 4 is awful.
Yeah.
4 is just not great, but not the best either.
Alright. Yeah, they luckily they bombed that way worse though. So yeah, and you not only do you have this heavy foliage, but you also just have a steady stream of mist that's evaporating off the ground everywhere, and so that gives you a little bit of cover as well.
I kinda wish I had bought some grenades. Oh no, those are level 3, never mind.
Alright, so yeah, you guys are in position, and so now you want to maybe, Nash, you want to look through your scope or something?
Yeah, I'm going to look through my scope and look at them and then look at them and see what I can see of these guys down here.
Alright. If you want to do... let me look at the skills real quick. Yeah, this would probably just be notice plus wisdom. I don't think the scope would give you a bonus, but it would alleviate any negatives because you're able to see them properly. All right, yeah. So you see the 6 people over here. They appear to be gathered around this pit, which is the sort of oval shape that's drawn at the base of the little hill. That seems to be like an excavation area. It looks like it was dug out by some small, like some worker drones, probably the same type of drones that built the facility. These 6 guys are, they all have primitive digging tools like shovels and pickaxes. And it looks like they're wearing some type of like ragged uniform, but they have like the torso stripped off, and they look like they've been working in this jungle heat, and they're basically fighting heat stroke while trying to get as much digging done as they can.
Is there anybody guarding them?
Nope, that's all 6 people are working. It's they're not all technically working at the same time. At this exact moment, there are 3 people working, and 3 of them look like they're just resting on their tools. You don't see any weapons. None of them seem to be holding weapons.
What about this group?
Yeah, this group over here, they are hanging out in front of these 3 facilities over here. Some of them look like they're smoking. They all are carrying what look like to be rifles, projectile rifles. And they just appear to be talking and idling around, not paying much attention.
What about this group down here?
Yeah, and so this group, there's 4 people hanging out outside, and they look to be a little more alert. You can see these last 2 groups that you've seen, the 4 and the 6. They're both wearing the same material, the same uniforms as the guys up top, except they're wearing them properly. They're not like stripped down or anything like that. But these 4 guys down here, they're also armed. It looks like they're armed. 2 of them are armed with rifles and 2 with shotguns, and they are paying much closer attention to their surroundings.
So they're all dressed the same, just some are digging and the others are keeping guard.
Yeah, basically.
Well, since these guys just have digging tools, they'll probably be a lower threat. These guys seem to be more alert, so
Yeah.
I'll probably engage these guys down here if you want to murderize these guys here before they can get back into the compound and get armed.
I'll put a little hash mark because now that you're actually looking at the facility, you can see the sort of doorways. They're not. They're just open doorways. They're not actually doors, just openings for traveling between the different areas of the compound.
Sort of these are the red lines, like this are these walls.
Yeah, those are 8-foot-high concrete walls. Or, what is it? Double standing person height. So I guess in this system, that would be like 5-meter high walls.
Okay, so the only ones that we can see from our positions are the digging ones and the ones down here.
Well, I can see them all since I'm 40 meters up on a hill. I can see over the walls.
All right, so only I can.
You can see these guys and these guys.
Okay.
I can see them all.
Yeah, actually, traffic. I was using the wrong tool there. But if you actually can't see these guys because there's a hill in the way. But what you're basically, since you're at ground level, you're looking at a wall and a hill. I guess the trees around where you are might be a bit taller, but you might be taking a risk there. But you have a lot of flat area.
Can I see any of the ones down here?
Yeah, I'll say I'll give these guys exact positions. I'll say you'll probably be able to see at least one because they're patrolling around. There will probably be one next to this door. I'll put a little orange marker for them.
See, in the 6 that have the tools, they're digging down inside this red area.
Yeah,
Down in that.
They look like they're there's the hole is pretty wide. There's like a tarp thrown over some of it, but they look like they're widening it and deepening it.
Could be building either a latrine or a grave, unless they themselves are digging. But I doubt they would know what to dig for.
Yeah, it's a 20-meter wide latrine, but if you have some really bad intestinal problems, you might need a 20-foot long latrine.
I mean, who knows what they're eating out here? IPS can be a bitch.
We need a tech level 4 rated latrine.
Well, since this hill's in your way here, I guess I could engage these guys, and you could.
I mean, I can always just
with these guys.
I can always just move. It's not that far for me to. Would I be able to see them from here?
Let me check real quick. I'll just put this note on the wall while I'm thinking about it. You'd be able to see probably 3 of them at some point because, like I said, these guys are patrolling around, and you'll be able to make out. Let me see. Yeah, if you were standing right here, then you wouldn't be able to see the guys in the pit. You'd probably be able to see the 3 people who are resting, and you'd be able to make out probably 3 of these guys patrolling at any one time through this little keyhole.
Alright, I think I'm gonna move positions then before we open fire.
Alright, I'll wait on him to move then. Because what I'm going to do, my first shot is going to be an execution attack, which takes a minute to set up, so...
Alright, so now that I'm in a better position to see, should I still go for the workers, or should I go for another one that's armed?
I'd say go for one that's armed, because these guys will have to make a break for it.
Just making sure I have the range.
Yeah, just take a glance at your character sheet and look at your movement speed, and then think about how these probably aren't like combat cyborgs, and it probably will take them a while to get to you. And they'd have to, I mean, I don't know about you, but I would have to be pretty motivated to close distance with someone with a rifle across, like, was that 100 meters with a pickaxe? I would have to be really stirred up for that.
And I think what I'll do is I'll aim at one of the riflemen that you can't see from your angle, and then you wait for one of the riflemen to get into your point of view. Because I think you said the other 2 are armed with shotguns. Because I'm not too worried about them. So I'll do an execution attack on one of those guys, which is like basically an instant kill if I hit, because it ignores their armor. Let me double check.
All right, before we get into any of this stuff, I'm gonna take a quick break, real quick.
Yeah, so once the preparation is complete, a sniper may shoot or an assassin may attack an adjacent target. The target's armor class is irrelevant, assuming the weapon isn't too primitive to penetrate high-tech armor.
Yeah, I'll double check all the surprise stuff and all that, but I'll be right back.
And if the attack hits, it does maximum damage, and the victim must immediately make a physical saving throw at a penalty equal to the attacker's combat skill, or they will be mortally wounded on the spot. It's a pretty good shot as long as I take a minute to set it up. So I'll shoot one of the guys armed with a rifle. You shoot the other guy armed with a rifle, because the other two are armed with shotguns. And then trying to scramble back into the base, we just pick them off side.
That sounds like a plan.
As if one of them's on this side of the pit, he's still got, a 20 to 40 meter run either way to get to cover.
What exactly is movement speed?
Da, 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 da.
Alright, I'm back.
Where do you see what your movement speed is?
It should be, I think, near the top of your character sheet. Let me look. Let me see.
I think it's 10 meters.
Yeah, the base movement is 10 meters. I'm just surprised that I'm not able to find it on the character sheet. Because it's on the NPC sheet. It's just right at the top.
Alright, so even if Thor went to digging, run, it's still going to take him a couple turns to get inside.
Yeah, I can't see it anywhere on the sheet. I'll probably look into that later, but I'm pretty sure there are like other races you can play and cybernetics and stuff that increase your speed, so I'd be really surprised if they just left that out. Anyway, though, so yeah, you guys have an idea of what you're gonna do? I'm taking notes down, so there's no rush.
Yeah, the general idea is I'm going to shoot.
Pick off the two
One of the
rifles down here.
Yeah. I'm going to use an execute attack on one, and then as soon as I shoot, he goes and shoots the other one because the other two are armed with shotguns, so I'm not really too worried about them right at the moment. And then as soon as we kill those two, we're going to murderize these guys since they're basically helpless. And hopefully kill as many as we can before they can get into the base. And then we'll go from there.
All right. Yeah, I'm just yeah, I guess I'll just take this down when I need it. All right, so I think there'll be a surprise round before we bring up the initiative tracker, and they have, they rolled awful basically on their perception, on their notice. So I think you guys can go ahead and do your rolls, your initial actions, and then we can roll initiative.
And does being up here, sitting up and everything count as shooting from a prepared firing position?
Yep, I believe so.
I was going to say, do we get any kind of bonus for our sneak attack or not?
Yeah, let me double check. I'm pretty sure, prepare this. I'm pretty sure that both of you count for a prepared firing position because you've had time to lay out and get your sights in order and find a nice stump to rest on and all that. So
it gives us a +2 on our attacks.
Yep, that'll be +2.
Did you read over the execution attacks?
Me. Or him.
I'm going to it right now. I was looking up other stuff real quick, but yeah, it's I just need to refamiliarize myself with it. Yeah, so yeah, you're basically looking for a difficulty 8, I think, to hit him.
Alright, we got a +2 modifier for our shots.
All right, cool. So Nash has already rolled, and then Traffic, you just need to roll. All right. Yeah, so oh yeah, that was the notice and wisdom earlier. Yeah, so I was wondering why that was so low. Yeah, so Traffic, I think, unfortunately missed. And yeah, the execution thing is neat because it does, their AC would normally be higher, but it's 8 because you're basically lining up a sniper shot. But yeah,
Oh, I barely missed.
yeah.
And it does max damage, so I don't have to roll.
Oh, you got a crit as well. Good God.
So they basically just got to save or die.
Yep. So, what was the max damage on your rifle, or your sniper rifle?
Is it 2d8?
Oh my God, yeah. Okay, I guess I will use a... Let me see. I'll go with this color.
And then the victim has to make a physical save with a negative modifier equal to my skill, which is a 2.
I'm not sure I did that right. I wasn't expecting it to fly off as soon as I hit it. Let me see here.
I mean, if he's got a penalty, then wouldn't it have failed?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know why it
It's at a -2 because of my shooting skill.
yeah. I'll have to look into that. I was expecting it to give me a modifier thing, but it just went off. So yeah, I'll say that's a fail. I'm not sure if that necessarily matters though, because I think the damage goes before that, and you basically just shattered his brain into pieces.
Popped his head like a balloon.
All right, and just as a reminder, because I was writing down other stuff. So which one exactly did he hit with that? One of the riflemen in the bottom quadrant.
Yeah.
All right. All right, and then Traffic missed.
Did it? Oh, I don't have a bonus for my attribute. Like, did it take into account my dex? Then I remembered I don't have a plus.
Yep. All right, so I think that's it for the surprise round. So now I'll bring up the initiative tracker. All right.
there they are. I'm like, I'm not really about to be highest on the turn track with the 4, am I?
Getting flashbacks from a freaking Dark Heresy campaign. My sniper had a shitty initiative roll because his agility was so low.
All right. I'm gonna make a. Well, actually, I can just pull a token onto the board. I think. Let me see here. All right, I'll just use this little box. Alright, so even though everyone knows they're under attack, I'm not sure if they know exactly where the attack is coming from, so I'm going to throw these guys a slightly easier perception check, or notice check. Alright, they haven't spotted you, but they know the general direction that they're being shot at from. So, these 6 guys... let me see if they have enough movement to get there, actually. Yeah, they're basically just going to be at, I guess, at this doorway. And so, yeah, let me refamiliarize myself. I think you got move action, and then they might still be able to shoot. So let me look at that.
We know the shots came from that direction, so just shoot in that direction.
Yeah. I don't think the other thing...
Would those ones know?
Yeah.
Which directions the shots came from?
These guys, they know that the shots are coming from somewhere over here. So they don't really know too much. And I just realized as well, they have this hill in the way. So that kind of obscures their view. Once they move over here, there's like this hilltop square between you. So, yeah, but they're going to get to the doorway, and there's not much they can do beyond that, I don't think. Let me see if they can do a double move, actually. Yeah, so you can turn your main action into a move action. So they'll move an additional 10 meters along the wall once they exit. Now, these guys down here are going to get a notice check. Oh, actually, I think I just moved the wrong guys, unfortunately. Well, they have the same initiative. Right? Oh, wait, why do these guys have 16? I must have hit the wrong button. Yeah, I don't know. I remember that happening when I was messing with this before. It might be my push to talk button. Yeah, so the rifle shoddy deserters, just so you know, are these guys, and then the normal rifle deserters are these guys, because these guys all have rifles. So yeah, these were the guys who didn't see you, and so they're going to basically just run behind whatever cover happens to be nearby. So I'll move these little dots around, and I'll move the other guys back because I had them misplaced. All right, and now I'm going to give those guys a perception check. All right, yeah, those guys can make out where the shots are coming from exactly, but they are in a less advantageous position. So let's see. Yeah, I think in that case, they are actually going to fan out into these buildings. So I'll say, do they have the movement to get into this one down here? Not in the same round. So 3 of them are going to go into one building, and 3 of them are going to go into another with their 10 meters movement.
Now I really wish I would have ordered grenades.
Yeah, a grenade launcher would be fantastic with these rickety little shacks.
Well, look on the bright side. Once we complete this mission, we can order whatever the hell we want.
I'm getting at least 2 bandoliers worth of grenades. Actually, maybe not. It'd be really bad if I got shot.
Now, let me think about what these guys can see, because they definitely can't see traffic. And there's a 30-foot hill. See, 10, 20, 30, 40. So they've got really poor visibility. You have better visibility on them than they have on you. And you also have a lot of cover because you're prone. So let me look up what I think they'll be at a -3 at least to shoot you, but let me double check.
Wonder how much you could throw them off if you slid back down the backside of the mountain and he popped up over on that one. Or if it wouldn't be worth the time it took to move.
Yeah, they'll be at a -4 to hit you, actually. So I'm going to go ahead. I'll plug in the rifle stats real quick, and we'll see what happens. All right. Yeah, they're and it's only even though there's 6 of them, because they have 2 doorways to work with. They're only 4 of them are able to fire, and the other 2 remain in cover, and none of them really even come close to hitting you. So that'll be the end of their turn, and we'll see who's next. That'd be Pete.
Alright. Do the melee workers, what do they look like they're doing? Do they look like they're getting ready to charge us or run away?
Let me see. Yeah, I think even though I've been doing the notice rolls on these guys' turn, I think the notice roll would have been done before initiative, so I'll see if they notice you, and that'll determine what it looks like they're about to do. So it looks like they can see you just barely, and so they're currently not in cover, but it looks like they're about to dive into the hole they've been digging.
They just
Can
dug
I
their own
see-
grave.
Are all the ones down here, are they all in cover now?
Yep, they've all had an opportunity to move behind the wall.
Alright, so since all I can see are the melee workers, I'll take a shot at one of them.
Alright, let me see. These guys, they technically have a higher AC than that, but these guys have their uniform stripped down, so let me see if that'll throw off anything here. Yep, that actually hits these guys. So, let's see. 6 damage. Yeah, your rifle manages to nail one of them in the arm. Alright. Yeah, so you injured one of them with your rifle. And, anything else? That'd be your main action. Anything else you want to do?
I'm not a fan of them knowing where I'm at. But at the same time,
They got a long run to get to you.
I know, but if they have any comms, they can tell the ones with guns where I'm at, and the ones down in this area can start taking shots at me.
Well, there's only... oops, shit. Wrong button. Ones down in this area, only one of them's got a rifle. The other 2 have shotguns, and the ones with shotguns ain't got the ranges to shoot at you. These
they can
guys,
still take the shots just with penalties.
the shotguns ain't even going to reach you, I don't think.
Let me
I mean, unless they're using solid slugs, there's no way buckshot will get that far.
Yeah, shotguns by default have a range of 30 meters. That's not even halfway to where you are.
So the only guy down here we got to worry about is the riflemen. These riflemen can't even see you because they're inside the walls.
Do we know which one of the guys in the south has the rifle? Which dot is the rifleman?
Yep, I can put a orange arrow to point them out. Alright, there you go.
Boy, that'd be a long run through the woods to get a shot on him.
Yeah, he's basically going to have to move. To shoot at us, he'll have to move to where we can get a shot on him.
I guess I'll just hold my ground and that's it for my turn.
Alright. And now the 6 pickaxe guys, one of whom is now bleeding from his arm, decide that they would be much happier a few meters underground right about now. And so they spend their turn diving into the hole and taking refuge behind the various piles of rocks and equipment down there. And that will be what they do for this for their turn.
And I don't really have light of sight on any of these guys, so I'll start returning fire to these guys. Shoot whoever's poking their head out the door.
How wide is the river? Like, how difficult would it be to cross it?
Let me see. Yeah, I think technically this river is not scaled properly now that I think about it, but you know, you could say that the river is about 10 meters wide. That makes sense.
The river, is it deep?
Definitely deep enough that you would maybe have to make a swim roll to get across the wider river. Okay, sorry, I got sidetracked. I should have asked this before, but which guy did you say you were firing at?
I was returning fire to the southern building here.
All right, let's see.
It's out on any of these guys since they're tucked in behind something.
Yeah, so let me see here. I think you still have your bonus from having a prepared firing position, and they get.
That's what the +2 is.
Yeah, cool. And they get a bonus for being in cover. So let's see, it's 13 damage. Yep, unfortunately, that's enough damage to definitely hurt him, but unfortunately you do not score anything with that one. Alright, so now, unless there's anything else for your turn, we can go down to the rifle shotty guys.
I'm going to use my move action to basically slide back over the hillside and reload since this is a single shot weapon.
All right. All right, so I believe we're at the top of the turn order, so I'm going to add another space right here for something that's about to happen. All right, so one of the shacks earlier that you found a single guy in, one of those opens up, and you see this guy sort of walk out into the open. I'll go ahead and enlarge this for a while before I shrink it back down.
Right as I got closer to the screen to look at it, you enlarged it.
I guess I'll just keep him one space for now, unless it becomes a problem. I'll just slide him under, like so. And yeah, so he doesn't do anything. He just opens the door, and he spends his turn walking out into the courtyard. He doesn't look overly concerned. He more looks like he's just looking around, like somebody just ran into his car in the parking lot or something like that.
Looks annoyed.
Yeah, and that'll be him. And now the rifle shoddy guys. Two shoddy guys. You don't see them do anything immediately. The rifle guy looks like he's going to move around to this wall over here. Let's see how far that is. Yeah, he has enough movement to get out there. And let's see if he has line of sight. Yeah, okay. So he's going to take a shot at Pete. And we'll see how well that goes for him. All right, and what was your AC, Pete?
13.
All right, yeah. So the yeah, I think default AC in this game is a 10, and you're probably wearing something that cranks that up a little bit.
Yeah, I've got an armored undersuit.
Yeah, so the way you could kind of interpret this, fluff-wise, is this attack would have hit you if you weren't wearing armor, but it just grazes along your under armor, zips off into the brush. So, and other than that, the other two shoddy guys aren't able to do anything this round, so that'll be it for them. And at this point, Simo is behind the hill reloading, so these rifle deserters don't really have anything to shoot at. So I'm going to have them roll for something real quick. All right. And they are going to hunker down for the time being. And then we'll go down to back to Pete.
Is the one rifle guy still in a spot where I can see him? Or did he go back behind the...
Yeah, he's because you can't move after you take an action, you can still shoot him, but since he is taking cover behind the concrete wall, you would be at a -4.
I mean, I've got no other targets. I mean, I guess I have that. I can see this guy, can't I?
Yep, you can see that.
Is he wearing the same outfit? Or is he dressed similar to all these guys?
He looks like he's wearing an officer's uniform, but from the same military or corps or whatever group these guys are from.
Would I see him?
Yeah, I mean, he's basically like in the middle of that square. He basically just opened the door and spent his entire move walking straight out. So, let me see here.
Since he's an easier target, I'll take a shot at him.
All right. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think that'll be enough to hit.
That's it for my turn.
All right. And you nothing's going on in the pit yet. These guys in pickaxes just have a moment to contemplate existence and consider how fast they can build a tunnel. And then we go over to Simo. Or Simo. Is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah, Simo.
There we go.
Since the officer, he came out while Simo was behind the rocks, reloading.
Yep, I think so.
I guess I'll condo him and tell him it looks like a officer showed up in the south. Down in the plaza.
I want to slide back up to the hilltop. I'll take a shot at him then. Since he looks important.
All right. Yeah, and like I mentioned earlier, basically you'd spend your move to get back up into position, and you'll be able to fire, but you won't be able to move back out of cover. So yeah, but you'll still have that +4, so that's good. Oh, nice. All right, yeah. So you hit him square on. Let me see here.
Poor guy, he walks outside, immediately gets bombarded with shots.
All right, yeah. So you get a really accurate shot. Like it just doesn't do a tremendous amount of damage. So it's like a glancing shot in the head. You definitely see it. You see him notice that. A very well placed round. All right. And so the officer, after having a near brush with death, decides to seek a better location for the time being. He's going to do a double move. Alright, that'll be his turn, and then we go over to the rifle shotty guys. Rifle shotty guys are going to I think they'll do some let's see. Let me do a roll real quick. Yeah, so the shoddy guys, they're going to do a little bit of movement. Alright, yeah, so one shoddy guy is going to try sneaking behind these buildings, between them and the wall. The other guy is going to run over and take shelter in a building. And then the rifleman is going to take another shot at Pete. Yeah, I mean, that's basically what Traffic just said in chat is basically what I envision. Like, if this were a Bethesda game, that would be like the social way out. Like, if you made a charisma character.
It's like what we did with the Butcher in Rogue Trader. Just call the Inquisition.
Alright, yeah, so rifle guy. Let me roll for him real quick.
Do I get any bonus for being in the wood?
Yeah, I'm giving them a +4 for hitting you.
A -4, you mean?
Yeah, sorry, -4. There was a lot of lag there. Let me make sure that went properly. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so an 8 doesn't hit you, so that should be good. Yeah, so he takes another shot, but doesn't manage to hit you. Let me just make sure I have the ammo right here. Alright, cool. Yep, so that's their turn, and now rifle guys. They're going to take some more shots at Simo with that -4, I believe, and we'll see how that goes for them. Alright, and I assume a 10 doesn't get past your AC?
Nope.
Alright, yep, so it's 4 more shots that go into the hill or above it, and then we go over to Petey, or Pete.
Well, since he's behind cover now, I guess I'll take a shot. It's a bad angle, but it's really all I've got to go for now. He said it'll be a -4.
Yep. Yeah, hold on, let me see here real quick. Just making sure that we're doing this right. Yeah, so I was just thinking earlier that we were probably, you probably still count as being in a prepared firing position, so you'd get a +2, so instead of a -4, we should be doing a -2, or, yeah, -2. But that would bump you up to an 11, which unfortunately still is not enough to hit this guy. So you basically hit him, but you see it. You see the round glance off of his body, his the armor on his uniform.
That was even a max damage roll.
Yep. And not that things are going pretty like okay so far. Like none of you have been hit yet, but there is always the option of withdrawing. The downside of that would be, they'd probably be more on alert next time around. But that's always an option if you guys so choose. All right, let me see what these guys are going to do. Yeah, I think they're still going to sit tight, so we'll go over to Simo. And I think Simo, he can see. Of course, he can see the buildings he's been shooting at, and he can see the guy hiding behind the wall. I think that's all you have direct visual on, unless you wanted to try and snipe one of the pickaxe guys. But I mean, I don't know about that.
Do I get an angle on him?
No, I don't think so. He's pressed up against this building over here, and so I think he'll be out of sight.
Alright, I'll take a shot at him then.
Alright, I believe that would still be at a -4, but you can see if you can not nail him. Yep, that unfortunately doesn't get past their AC.
Oh, I missed my anti-material rifle from fucking Dark Heresy.
Yeah, that would be good right now. Let me actually see what the resistance on concrete is, real quick. I'm pretty sure they had a chart somewhere in this book that told you what a car door armor would be like and stuff like that.
And my sniper in that game also had a talent that allowed me to add my degrees of success from an attack to negate points of cover somebody's hiding behind.
Oh, nice.
So, like, if I take a shot and get 5 degrees of success, that's 5 points of cover that the bullet just ignores. That's on top of its regular penetration.
Yeah, see, they gotta have stats for it somewhere, I imagine, because, I remember they had explosives that are designed to, breach doors and walls and stuff like that, so naturally they'd have to have, HP or something like that. Yeah, I don't know. Online, some guy is talking about 12 HP, but I can't find anything in the book. Yeah, so, if we end tonight, I can look up and see if I have anything more solid. I'll probably consult, if I don't find anything else, I'll probably consult the vehicle rules and just see if it's feasible to snipe one of these guys through the concrete. But until then, I guess we can continue on. Alright, so yeah, you already took your shot, and unfortunately it didn't do anything, so we'll go over to this guy. Alright, you see the shoddy guys are still on the move, going from cover to cover, and the rifle guy is going to take another shot. Alright, to not much effect, and then go back to these guys. They're going to do the same thing as usual, running out the clips in their rifles.
Maybe I should have got the 60 rounds instead of 40. It's going to be a war of attrition, sieging this fort, or the compound.
That's a big oof on some of those rolls. So what was your AC, Simo? Oh, you there, Nash?
Oh, sorry, what?
Oh, these last four guys shot at you. One of them got a 16, another got a 15. Even with the -4. I thought I plugged them in wrong at first, but they just rolled really well.
Oh yeah, my AC is only 11, so yeah, they get through.
All right. Let's see. That'd be, I think, 4 damage and 12 damage. So 16. That's a hefty amount. Let me see here. Just double checking stuff. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this will down you, unfortunately, but I need to look through and see what type of stuff can be done at this point. What was your class again, by the way?
What?
I'm trying to see. Oh yeah, you're a soldier, so you have an ability, I think, which allows you to soak damage. So you might be able to. I can't remember exactly what it does. Like take a D8 off of the 12 damage or something like that.
Oh, once per combat, I can choose to negate a successful attack.
Yeah, there you go.
I'll negate that 12 damage attack.
Yeah, it sounds like a plan actually. And if your AC, let me see if it's meet or beat. Or actually, I think this is a defender wins ties system. So if your AC is 11, that means that once you negate the 12, you've just taken 6 damage, and that should put you at 2 HP.
How do you have so much health?
I think soldiers get extra health. They get like they're a +2 or something like that when they roll.
Because I only have 3 unless I did something wrong.
Yeah, I've got a thing. You gain 2 extra maximum hit points at each character level. I think we roll high to begin with, so I've got 8 hit points altogether.
I think I rolled it. I must have just rolled really bad.
Yeah, what do you call it? And I'll be completely honest here. Until those really good combat rifle rolls, I forgot that I actually meant to level you guys up after the last mission you did. So, we're in like, it's 10:30 where I am right now. So, once you guys, I don't know what you guys are going to choose to do now that one of you's been hit. But if you choose to withdraw or something like that, or maybe even regardless of your decision making, I think I'll just let you guys level up at the end of this session, even though I normally do it at the end of the mission, if that makes sense. Because I actually did mean to level you guys up at the beginning of the session, but I just completely forgot. But yeah, and I wasn't going to have you level up at the end of every mission, but I figured for the first few levels at least, I was going to, before I figure out a better way of spacing it out. But anyway, yeah. So, but regardless, I think Simo made it out of this one with the Vulture ability. So now it's Pete's turn.
Alright. See, that one shotgun guy I can't see, even though he's on the left side of the building, can I?
Yeah, I think he's just out of your line of sight.
Guess I'll just take a shot at the rifle guy, since he's the only one I can see.
Yep, so that'll be a total of -2 once we've accounted for modifiers, I think. Alright. And let me see. I think... no, this guy hasn't been shot before, I don't think. But yeah, you get him... you get a nice flesh wound on him. That passes his AC.
Ah, shit. I just noticed it hasn't been counting my ammo down. I noticed it said 5 the first time I shot, so I'm like, oh, it'll do it automatically. But it still says 5.
Oh, yeah.
I think I have one more shot left before I have to reload.
That sounds about right.
I took a shot at the guy in the south, the worker. And I think that was my 3rd shot at that guy, so I should have one left.
Alright, let's see. Pickaxe men aren't doing much of anything. And Simo has had a pretty close call recently. What would you like to do?
Oops, this didn't calculate my armor right. I didn't have it activated.
Oh, really? Nice. So what's your, what do you think your AC is?
It still wouldn't matter in that regard, but it's 14 instead of 11.
Yeah, that is a lot better. I
forgot to click the activate thing.
Yeah, that actually means you only took 4 damage instead of 6, so you should be at 4 health.
Yeah, I adjusted. I'm at half health basically.
Your half health is still more health than I have.
Yeah, well, you guys...
I made a half-orc barbarian character, and one of his feats was called Strength of Blood. It basically means I treat all my... every time I level up, instead of rolling for hit points, I basically just get the max for my class. Constitution bonus. And it's retroactive.
Damn.
So when I took the feat, I got maximum hit points plus my Constitution bonus, which was like 2 or 3 at the time. From all my previous levels. So level 7, I had like over 100 hit points.
I would play so reckless if I had that many hit points.
He did. He charged straight into the middle of shit. Regardless of what it was. Like, I had a greater cleave too as one of my feats. So basically, if I killed somebody in one of attack, I could carry through with another attack. And as long as I downed somebody, I could keep carrying it through. So I would literally charge right into the middle of enemies, get myself surrounded. And if they were like, lesser opponents, I'd use Greater Cleave, kill one, follow it through to another, kill that one, follow it through to another, kill that one.
Yeah, stuff like that can be...
Yeah, he was a beast.
All right. So, do you want to do anything? Or I think, Pete went. So I think, is it still your turn, Simo?
Yeah, it's his turn. He never went. We got the history.
Yeah, I was looking at my armor stuff.
Oh yeah,
fixing it. But I got a lot of sun on in here.
Yeah, I think the you could technically hit. Let me see. You could hit this guy, any of these guys. You could probably try and shoot this guy, but he's in pretty much everyone is in cover as far as you can see.
The rifleman down there at that corner, I hit. So if you manage to hit him, you'd probably finish him off.
All right, I'll shoot at him again.
All right, yep, and that total modifier is -2, accounting for bonuses and minuses, I think. Oh, nice.
Get fucked.
Yep, so that goes right through his brain, and he is no more.
Damn, that's the second crit you got, isn't it?
Yep.
All right. And if there's nothing else, then Officer will go. Alright, so he moves, spins, does a double move, runs into that cover over there. And then we go over to Shoddy guys. They're going to continue moving. Alright, let's see. The riflemen are, they actually still have a good bit of ammo left, and they're going to continue their relentless hell, praying for that 20. Alright. A couple close calls, but they still don't manage to make it. Man, the initiative thing looks really fucked up. I don't know what I keep doing to it. Let's see, rifle deserters have a 40 for some reason.
It seems to be going up by 8 every so often.
I don't know. I hope it's not out of order. I don't think it is. But I guess it's Pete's turn now.
Oh, yeah, 'cause the order's not changing, but the numbers for them are going up because the melee deserters say it's at 10 now.
Oh yeah, they used to be able to.
Yeah. So it's not messing up the order, but their numbers messing up.
Well, as long as it gets that right, I guess it doesn't matter. But it is still spooky. Yeah, so I think technically you have line of sight on the officer, but he's in cover, so take that for what you will.
So it would be a -2 on shooting at him.
Yep, I believe so.
Well, it's better than not having a shot at anyone.
Yeah, and just keep in mind that I guess the way this works mechanically is as soon as you move, you no longer have that prepared firing position, but you may have to move at some point.
Yeah, after this shot, I'm going to have to reload.
Yeah, that's an oof. Let's see, what is... I'm going to look at something real quick. Yeah, so you're an expert, but I don't think you can re-roll like weapon stuff. I think you only re-roll other skills.
Yeah, you can only do skill checks.
Alright. Yeah, see, I just saw it. I clicked the next button, and it went up to 4 from 2. I don't know. Maybe I configured this wrong. Let me check something real quick. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, yeah, so I'm going, because it's been a little bit for these guys, so I think, you know, they've had some time to contemplate their position. I think it's about time for a morale check on these guys.
I mean, one of them, I don't know how bad it is, but one of them is bleeding out.
Yeah, well, I just figure if they have melee weapons, this gunfight has been going almost a minute at this point, just constant, just shooting all over the place with rifles, and they're not entirely sure that they're on the winning side. So yeah, and it looks like they failed their morale. So we'll see what becomes of that next round. So now we got Simo again.
Can I shoot at this officer?
Yep. I think that'll be a total modifier of -2, I believe. Oh, nice.
I'm getting carried.
Alright, so the officer has already been shot in the torso, and now he gets another shot through the head, and you see his body sort of drop out of cover. Alright. And so, and
I love how I can just tick the ammo counter down instead of having to manually put the number in.
Yeah. And yeah, officer death is definitely something I think would call for morale check, so we'll see what happens with that next round. Oh, and it happens to be those guys. Okay. So, let's see. I guess from your perspective, you'll see this guy basically comes out of the house and throws down his shotgun and puts his hands up in the air. And you don't see what the other guy is doing quite yet. So that'll be their turn. God, it literally does multiply whenever I hit the next button. Yeah, I'll look into this. So these guys they're not entirely convinced that they should surrender yet, so they're going to do another shot. I have these guys divided up into 3 squads, and they have different morale is the way I've been treating it so far. Alright, no shots. They're keeping up a steady rate of fire, but they're just not making much progress. And let's see. I think, yeah, I don't think. I'll keep some stuff on a timer, but no more of them yet. Go over to Pete. I don't think you can see anyone from where you're at. Oh, except for the surrendered rifleman.
I wouldn't shoot him, though, because if you shoot him, then the others are less likely to surrender.
Yeah. I was going to ask, is holding an action a thing we can do in this game?
I believe so. Let me see exactly what you can do with that. Yeah, so this is interesting. I actually didn't know this. It's on page 55, hold an action. But in the example they give, I don't know if this is a typo, but I guess it makes sense. They say a hero who wins initiative might use their move action to hold an action. Later in the round, as an enemy rushes around the corner, he may instantly elect to use his main action to make a ranged attack. So that makes it sound like you could attack, and then if you don't move, you could attack as a reaction, basically. I'm not sure if that's a typo or if that's actually a mechanic, but it's interesting.
It kind of makes it sound like the Overwatch action in 40K games.
Yeah. I guess we can roll with that until I might find another part of the book that refers to the same sort of thing that makes me think it's a typo, but I'll just run with it as it's written for now. So yeah, you can hold an action, and I guess you can either hold your main or move action to do something.
Maybe you're just giving up your ability to move by being able to hold an action.
Oh, actually, I think you may be right, because hold an action.
Like, you can't walk around and hold your action.
Yeah, I think because if you look at it, it's labeled as the title of it is like hold an action, move action. So I don't think you can hold your main action or your on-turn action. You can only hold your move action. Okay, that's interesting.
So you're basically giving up your move action to be able to shoot if you want.
Yep.
I'm fine with that. I'm going to hold an action.
Alright, cool. And now we go to the melee guys. So at this point, you see them come up out of the pit, and they have their hands up. And that'll be it for them. Now Simo.
I'm going to keep putting fire on this middle building down here.
All right. Oh my god, nice. Yeah, you get another headshot on one of them.
That's gonna be nice inside that building.
Yeah, so yeah, he's not dead, but he is mortally wounded. Definitely felt that one.
I feel like everyone in that room just got sprayed a little bit.
Yeah, and I mean, there's the fact that one of them got shot, and also the fact that enough time has passed that they may have noticed that their officer is no longer on the same plane of existence as them, so they're going to roll for morale. Alright. So their turn is spent filing out of these buildings with their hands up. Alright, so what do you guys want to do at this point?
Alright, I'm going to holler down to them to tell everybody out here, front and center, drop your armor, drop your weapons and armor and lay face down on the ground. Actually, hang on. Drop your weapons and armor and gather out here in front, face down on the ground.
Alright.
I'm gonna, now that I know they're all, that even the ones inside have given up as well, I'm going to calm Simo and ask, once they're out here, execute them or take them in, because we can't bring this many people with us back. Do we want to leave them alive or just rid the area?
Basically, while they're out here face down on the ground, I'm just going to keep my gun on them from up here. You go in, get the hostages, take them back to the boat, and once they're secure, hop off the hillside, or get you back out here, and we could probably gun them down, or just get the fuck out.
Should I go through and collect their weapons too that they dropped inside?
Yeah.
Or just worry about our hostages?
The hostages and have them help you grab the guns.
So once all the surviving resistance members are safely in sight, face down on the ground, do I know where the hostages are located, or am I going to have to sweep through and find them?
Yeah, because the heat signature for my drone.
Alright. I'm going to keep my gun at the ready, focus towards those on the ground.
I think
I'm going to make my
there's
way.
a group here, and then I think there's still one more in here.
I'm going to keep my gun at the ready, aimed in the direction of the enemies, and make my way to the southern part of the compound.
All right.
I check the bill invites. They're the smallest heat signature first.
Yeah, so you open that building, and it's a little, like a really cheap domicile, probably built by construction drones, about 10 meters by 10 meters interior. And inside, you see there is an unconscious person strapped to a chair. I'll go ahead and pull their token onto the board. Yeah, and so you just see them, and the room is mostly cleared out. It looks like they've been kept here for a while, and there's a single light on the ceiling that seems to be illuminating the room. Other than that, it's pretty much bare.
I'm gonna walk inside. Not yell, but talk loudly to them and ask if they can hear me.
Yeah, they don't seem to be immediately responsive.
Check on the other hostages, maybe
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't wanna unhook this guy and just to start carrying him yet. So I'm just gonna leave him there and check the other building. The last thing I need is some guy who's been held hostage for months waking up as I'm carrying him.
All right, and when you open up the other building, that looks like this building looks like it has some mess tables, and it looks like kind of like a common room. Has a bunch of cabinets and stuff in it. In the back of the room, there are 4 people sort of tied up in a semicircle, and 3 of them look like they're wearing kind of fatigues, like they've been stripped out of their armor. Possibly, you are aware there were 5 mercenaries that were working here. And then there's another guy who's dressed in more civilian clothing, and he has obvious cybernetic eyes. Possibly the drone operator who is working out here.
Wasn't it the guy who hired us, his friend, and 2 drone operators? Then there were the guards.
Yeah, there were. Let me check it again.
Yeah, there was 5 mercs, 1 archaeologist, 2 drone operators.
Yep.
So I'm just gonna assume the guy by himself is the archaeologist. 2 of these are the drone operators, and probably the guards who didn't fuck over the group. Are they, aside from being like tied up, are their mouths bound at all?
Nope, they don't look like they're gagged or anything.
Are they all conscious?
Yep, they are all conscious. As soon as you enter the door.
I'm going to keep my gun at... Well, they're not really a threat, but I'm going to keep my gun at the ready just out of habit, and I'm going to ask for identification from all of them.
Yeah, so they speak up once they see you, and the drone operator is the first to speak up, and he gives his name and a work ID. He says he was assigned to this site. He says I've been assigned to this site. We were taken over by bandits some months ago. Who are you?
I was sent here to buy a friend of the archaeologist to get you guys out of here.
Oh, well, yeah, fantastic. You've already dealt with the brigands then?
So do I have ID on all the people in here? They're all legit?
Yeah, I actually should have mentioned this earlier, but you'd have basically like a dossier on the archaeologist and the whole crew. It was another thing that I should have written earlier, but yeah, you'd be able to confirm that these are the real people.
Alright, and I know the guy tied up by himself is the other guy we're looking for.
Yeah, he's the guys out here look really the guys indoors, they're injured. Some of them have gunshot wounds and broken bones, but they're identifiable. There's a chip that's embedded into the wrist of each one of them that you can scan with your data slab, and that's kind of how I'll say you confirm that everyone is who they are. The guy, the archaeologist, who you think you can identify him by his wrist chip, but he has a beard that he doesn't have in the dossier ID, and he looks like he's been beat up a lot, so it's harder to identify him.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna radio Simo and tell him I have the hostages. Or made contact with them. They're pretty roughed up, but I'm gonna free them, and we're gonna start our rounds on collecting the weapons, and then we'll be on our way to meet up with the boat, or have the boat come over to the compound and pick us up, and then actually don't move the boat just yet. We're gonna pick up the weapons. I'm gonna let these people decide what happens to the brigands. Alright, I'm gonna free the hostages and tell them we need to go through and collect the hostiles' weapons.
All right. Yeah, so if you can, I can write up a full list of all the weapons and stuff you can pick up off the ground. You're doing.
And Simo will say, copy that, and I'll make sure nobody out here moves. And if anybody so much as twitches a finger, he's going to put a bullet in the ground next to their head.
Put a bullet in their head for all I care. I'll tell them we're about to start getting the weapons, and we'll be out in a few minutes.
Copy that.
I'm gonna make sure they're all freed, and once they're all free, I'm gonna head back to the guy by himself, and I'm gonna have I'll probably have one or two of them help carry the unconscious guy, while the rest help me gather weapons.
All right. Yeah. So, when you untie these guys, not all. I'll say, they're all pretty wounded, but 3 of them are capable of walking pretty easily. One of the mercs has a broken leg, and so he has to lean on one of the other mercs in order to get around. But other than that, they can follow you at a steady pace, I'll say. And then you said you were going to get someone's help to carry out the archaeologist?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And I was configuring the loot page, so is there anything else that I maybe missed while I was writing stuff?
No.
Alright.
Just get everyone freed. Those who need help walk and get the help they need. Those who aren't helping someone walk, they're gonna help round up the weapons, and then we're gonna head back out into the middle.
All right. Yep, so you guys are all gathered out there with no problem. Gathered out in the clearing, or in the middle of the building area, you say?
Once we have everything rounded up, we're gonna head out to where all the brigands are lying down. I'm gonna look at the group until they get to decide their fate. Do we leave them? Or do you want to hurt them?
Well, I wouldn't get too close. Remember, there's still 14 of them, so...
And we all have weapons.
All right.
You just don't get close enough to where they can get up and rush you. Just stay about 20, 30 meters away.
So one of the mercs, an older merc with he has, looks like he has some cybernetic implants, like a bit of, probably a veteran veteran soldier, rather, who's working through retirement. And he when you bring that up, as you're looking at the the new prisoners. He says, well, you could execute them right here, but you could also just drop a radio transmission over to the Australian military, and I'm sure General Valentine could make much better use of them than we could.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. That sounds like a really good idea.
I'm going to tell him he's much more kind than I am. And then I'm going to use the field radio. I'm going to ask him if he knows the contact information.
Yeah, he dials in frequency to you, and gives you a vague, like a general direction for beaming it. Yeah, he says Australians they're always analyzing these woods, so generally, if you address them, they'll come knocking soon enough.
Alright. Guess I'll make the call and give him the proper info to find these guys.
Alright. Yep, so you make that call, and yeah, I'll say, nothing happens for a few moments, and then you get like a little bit of computer code that cuts through the static, and the device you have, like on the radio, it maybe transcribes it as like a military code that kind of like an affirmative of sorts.
Should we stay here till they arrive, or can we just...
Yeah, I vote we stay here till they arrive.
Yeah.
Get the wounded onto the boat, and then those who are of us are able, just stand watch over these guys.
Yeah, it'll take a while for you guys to... It'll probably take these guys about 30 minutes just to get over to the boat. And you could take a look at the compound, pick up weapons, and analyze things however you want.
I wanted to get the weapons before we all came out here.
Yeah, so you already have that. I'm working on a mission loot thing, so that should have all the stuff.
Besides, if we wait on the guys to get here, we might be able to finagle an extra reward, possibly.
So, I guess we could have the boat pull up into that pond area. And the wounded, or the ones helping the wounded, start heading over to it. Then, if any aren't preoccupied with that, they can stand watch with the rifle while we keep watch on these guys. Before they walk off, though, I'm gonna ask if they've eaten, and if not, hand out rations before they head to the boat.
Yeah, they'll say that they've been fed over the last few months, but they'll gladly take some rations.
I'm gonna pass them all a ration. After I give them all the rations, I'm going to point through the trees where the pond is and tell them to head in that direction. And the transportation will be waiting.
All right. Okay, so I'm still writing stuff in the mission loot, but we can say you load up all this stuff. Let's see, you've got, I think, 5 people. 8 total, including you guys and the boatman. And so you've got like 4 seats that you can just pile shit up on. All right. This is I've written down now in the mission to loot the basic stuff you'll get off of the soldiers. All right, and so yeah, you get the guys out to the boat, and after maybe 45 minutes since you put in the call, you hear an aircraft approaching from the distance. And it looks to be a large personnel carrier, like a VTOL type craft. So it lands like a helicopter, but is designed to carry around vehicles. And you see a large, it looks like a red and gold bear. That's the Australian symbol on the side of it. And out of the back of the craft steps 6 soldiers that look like they're in heavily armed, high-tech weapon gear, some type of special forces unit maybe. And you see them step out of the back. And I'll say I'll mark a spot where they've landed.
I'm assuming Simo would have seen them coming long before I did. And he probably could have started making his way down here beforehand.
Once they land and come out, he'll start making his way down. He just basically wanted to keep the prisoners covered until they got here. Once they land, he'll come down.
All right. Yeah, so an officer wearing a flight uniform steps out of the craft, and he looks over to the prisoners and motions, and his guards start rounding them up and ferrying them into the back of the craft. And he says, so I have you to thank for these troublemakers being under our custody again.
Simo will step. Excuse me. Simo will step over towards him and offer his hand and say, "Yeah, we were hired to extract hostages from this location and deal with these guys, and we thought it better to hand them back to you than waste our bullets."
That's a good decision that you've made. As a matter of fact, we are in dire need of friends in these parts of the woods, and I think you'll find that we can do good friends of ours good favors in times. What is your business in these parts?
And he'll turn and introduce Pete. So he's been working with me. This is our second job together.
Well, feel free to call on us anytime you need any assistance. We'll be, glad to exchange information and resources possibly. As a matter of fact, are you entirely aware of maybe what these men seem to have been after?
Not quite. We were hired by a friend of the researcher to come back and secure his friend's safe passage.
And he says, okay. He takes a cigar out of his flight jacket and lights it up just as the last of the prisoners are being pulled into the craft. And he says, well, just take a look at the dig site itself and consider this an investment of mine in a future relationship with you. I hope we can, do such business again at some point.
Simo nods and says, sure thing, you can never have too many credits or friends.
Indeed. Alright, and if you guys want right now, I believe there's a spot for this in your character sheet. Let me see. Contacts. Well, I'll put them under people and places until I see a better part in the character sheet. Alright, I've put him under people and things for now. He calls himself Flight Captain Vitaly Starkov. And he basically says, tells you to take a peek in the pit that these guys were digging into. And the implication being he's left it for you to do with as you please. And then thanks you for turning over these deserters. And then if there's no other business, he, looking in a good mood and while smoking a cigar, he takes his leave.
Yeah, Simo nod to him, and then he'll head over to the pit.
All right. Yep, enlarge. Big VTOL craft takes off, and I think this will be a good place to end it for tonight, and then let you guys level up. Level up. And
can we find out what was in the pit first?
Yep, that's where we'll leave it off. So there's all these tarps and stuff. You guys start unearthing stuff. You find what looks like a drill, and then another tarp, some drone parts. And then there's another tarp, which appears to be revealing sort of the center of the pit. And you can see, at first, what looks like a large, maybe a large metal box with capsule-like depressions in it. And then you see another long cylindrical shaped object. A couple of metal pieces just sticking out of the ground. And then after a second, you realize you see a bit of a cockpit sticking out of the ground. And it appears that the boxy shaped object appears to be some sort of micro missile wreck. And the cylindrical object appears to be a fusion-powered beam weapon. And you appear to be looking at an ancient Australian battle mech of some form.
Nice.
I'm gonna have to resist the urge to go touch it.
All right, and like I said, we'll this mission is basically complete. You can you won't get paid until the beginning of next session, I think, because you guys will still have to make the trip back and all that. But you can go ahead and level up from when I forgot to level you up from the first mission. So there's that at least. Let me see. Actually, I already did the rolls on the way back, so you guys can just pay. You paid them for the round trip, right, Traffic?
Yeah, I was covering the first 2 days, and Seema was covering this 2 days back.
Okay, yeah. So that already puts you back home. So if you want, you can go ahead and split the reward. So you each have 50,000 credits, and you both level up twice.
Oh shit, we're level 3.
Yep, you're level 3. Yeah, and of course, the mech isn't even excavated yet, and it's not going to fit in your boat. But you basically have the cooperation of the local authorities to do whatever you want with this installation as a sort of down payment and a friendship that you provide them information.
I might have to hire some people to come take this out. Spend all my free time fixing it. Is the implication we get to keep it?
Yeah, definitely. Like the idea.
Yes.
The idea is that this facility was built to study this ancient battlefield, and these deserters recognized this was like Australian tech, and so they decided they would take it for themselves. And this flight captain really likes that you've turned over these traders to him, and he's probably going to get some commendations for turning these guys over to his boss. And so he's like, yeah, you know what? I'll make good friends with these guys. I'll turn a blind eye, let them dig up this tech that we weren't going to use anyway, and in return, maybe we can have some eyes on the ground. So yeah, you guys can do whatever you want with this area, basically.
Sweet.
I mean, we've been doing pretty well in our jobs. How do you feel about buying this and making this our little base of operation?
That's what I was thinking about.
It's already walled. Might need to buy a boat so we can get in and out of town easy. But small price to pay. We probably need to... Do we get this? Do we get like the installation? Or will we have to buy this land?
Yeah, you basically get a this is like Wild West sort of mode. So you won't need to pay anyone for this land. You'll just have to invest in some security to make sure that that whoever you staff here or whatever you do here doesn't befall the same fate that the original owners went through.
Hey, now that we got money, we can offer those other mercs a job as guards or to work with us.
Yeah, like on an out of character note, the people who built this installation, they basically just bribed the Australian military, which they don't really do much stuff on the ground out here, but they do lots of flight stuff. They do lots of scanning and flyovers. They basically, the people who built this installation bribed that military. You guys are just on the good side of that military, so they're going to allow you to be here. So yeah, you basically have the same deal that they had.
You know, we just saved the people who built this place's lives. Maybe we can hire them to work for us. And if they're afraid of any more brigands showing up, we can just go sweep the area and make it a little more safe.
Yeah, these guys would. It'd probably be a lot easier to negotiate with them, considering that you're already on good terms with them. All right. So yeah, before I forget, because I tend to do that a lot. I had one person who was interested in joining the RP, but they had to dip out because of work reasons, and so I'm probably going to go and advertise again. So you guys are still good with Stars Without Number for the time being.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I'm liking this. I mean, this thing right here, this will be a good start to our own little private military company.
Yeah, that's kind of where I wanted this to eventually go, because I love the idea of rogue trader, but I just wish that you could start at the bottom and build your own dynasty from scratch, basically. And I was kind of hoping that was where this would go to some extent.
I am completely down with that.
All right.
Especially on the trip back, Simo's gonna, talk with the other mercs. Them are interested working with us, when they get all healed up.
Yeah, we can. I'll make a note of that. We can handle that more in detail next time. But I can add the mercs in the contract, have them statted out and kitted out a bit more detailed, and we can also handle the loot, because you can look at the page right now, and I probably am forgetting. I probably should put some comm pads and stuff on here, but this is the bulk of it. It's mainly. 14 combat uniforms, that alone is going to sell for a lot of money. Even though they're all raggedy.
I mean, honestly, if we're going to hire these guys, it might be better just to keep it instead of sell it. Or at least the weapons and the tools. Because if we sell them, if we're going to run this place, we're going to need that stuff anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point.